Well, good morning, councillors, and welcome to the Environment Community Committee for the month of April. This meeting is open to the public and also be live streamed. So I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via council's social media channels. Welcome to the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, fellow councillors. I'd like to acknowledge our portfolio lead of Environment Community, Councillor Tim Mclagan, acting CEO, Mr. Nick Hauser, and then we have a number of staff in the room with us that we'll see as we move through the committee. So I'll go to first of all, I'd like to acknowledge Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands that we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Item 2, attendance including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. So I do have a note from Councillor Taylor that she's running a few minutes late, so she will be with us. So we'll go to, are there any leave of absence? No, so we don't have that. So we'll go to declarations. So first of all, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. I have some declarations to make in relation to item number 3, the Community Grants Program. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because A, I am the immediate past president of the Chislehurst Kindergarten Association Incorporated. Chislehurst Kindergarten Association is the applicant organisation in Road 53. And B, my father is a parish councillor and immediate past chairman at St Luke's Lutheran Church, Crow's Nest. The Boys Brigade Queensland Limited is an affiliate of St Luke's Lutheran Church, Crow's Nest, and an applicant organisation in row 62. I propose to leave and stay away from this place where the meeting is being held while rows 53 and 62 are discussed and voted on. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Mayor Antonio. Okay, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any other conflicts, or does anyone have any at this stage that they need to raise? If any do come up throughout the course of the meeting, though, we'll be able to raise those. So, councillors, we'll go to item 3, which is the Community Grants Program March 21-22 Consolidated Approval, Round 2. I'll invite Gary Humphries up to address this one. And councillors, just by way of, I guess, dealing with this one, I know we've had a couple of conflicts that raise with councillors that will need to leave the room. So after Gary obviously speaks to this, then if there are any questions, I propose that we just be in session with questions. However, obviously if there are questions about those individual items which councillors have raised at conflict, then we will have to deal with that at that stage, and I'll have to exit. So if everyone's comfortable with that, but I'll hand over to Gary Humphries.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The community grant scheme you're all familiar with. You all sit on panels to assess the application. It's coordinated through our community development branch. Daryl Bates takes the lead in that. Unfortunately, Daryl's taking a well-earned rest today, so he's asked me to step in. But in summary, what we do is we bring together the 7 funding schemes that exist in various departments all around council and coordinate them under the one process so that we can guarantee that there's good corporate governance and good processes in place. The report is pretty much as read, and you're familiar with your previous engagement with this program on the details. The only thing I'd like to draw to your attention is a change to the program this year, and in response to feedback from you, we introduced a moderation panel, which basically meant that in the past, where we had some grants that were oversubscribed, some grants that were undersubscribed, we had a very clumsy process of balancing the load and ensuring that we could do the most community good with the funds available. By introducing a moderation process this time in response to your feedback was officers came together at the conclusion of round 2, looked at the unspent funds that were available, looked at the unsatisfied funding requests from various groups across council, and in this case it was primarily the community grants and the exclusively the community grants and the sport and rec grants, and saw how we could utilise that money to fund previously unfunded projects. That worked very well this year. It operated seamlessly. Our feedback from our sport and recreation colleagues was that they found it quite a helpful project in getting a second bite of the cherry for worthwhile projects that they couldn't quite find the money to fund. And it enabled us to end the year with only $1,500 underspent for the overall grant scheme. So we're making very efficient use of the money that's been allocated in Council's budget. The only other unspent money in the overall grant scheme is, of course, the sports tourism grants. Now, the sports tourism grants are open right up until the 30th of June, so their money wasn't reallocated within the pile. They're still open, and we have a couple of projects in the supply chain that may utilise any unspent money in sports tourism before the end of the financial year.
Thanks, Gary. Councillor, is there any questions in regards to this one? Sorry, Councillor Shine. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Gary. What's the practice in relation to unspent monies? Can they be added on to the next year, or it start afresh from a...
No, it's zero basis from one year to the next.
Thank you.
So, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Oh, thanks, Mr Chair. Thank you, Gary, and thank you to all your team and everyone else who sits on these panels, because it's pretty a huge body of work, isn't it? But, you know, incredible for the community. Can you tell me, I was just looking to see, so the mountain bike club got some money in the environment. They got 2 lots of $7,500, and then they got some money in the sport and recreation grant. So is there a, so, you know, in total it's about 45,000, I think. So is there a limit to what any organisation can get, even though they're applying, or some oversight crossover between the different grants committees to know?
Each individual grant scheme has a limit, a spending limit. Now, I suppose if you add up all of those across the grant schemes, that would equate to a maximum limit across the grant schemes. But my colleagues from Sport and Rec or Environment, do you wish to make comment on that?
Yeah, probably Michael Condren or Mark Reddy probably could add some context to this one. But or even Councillor McMahon or Councillor Summerfield may wish to add, because we actually had this discussion. But Michael Condren might be able to add some.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. In answer to the direct question, no, there is capacity within the different grants for clubs to apply under one programme and apply on another programme. The grants that have been allocated or proposed to be allocated to the Mountain Bike Club allow them to manage and maintain vegetation under one grant, and the other grant to run a weed management, weed control programme. And we felt it was probably two both worthwhile applications, and the other was specifically for a structure to accommodate our club activities at a particular sort of location within their clubhouse facilities, etc. So all of those were assessed as being meritorious projects.
That's fair enough, Michael. I mean, I just wondered whether that's something that we should look at in terms of because unless, I guess, the same councillors are on the different ones, does the other groups know whether they're getting what the quantum of funding that each group, and is that fair? I don't know.
Yeah, I might, if Councillor O'Shea or Councillor McMahon wish to make any comment.
Councillor McMahon, did you wish
thanks,
to?
Chair. I can certainly help out, Councillor O'Hara. They were both in the environment grant, so they were both on the same grant. My understanding of the wording is that you can't apply for the same project under 2 different grants, but you can apply for 2 different projects under the same grant. I think where it came down to, the Toowoomba Mountain Bike Club is probably the only sports club in Toowoomba region where council does not maintain their facilities. Every other sports club, council maintains its facilities. The mountain bike club is basically left to their own devices as far as park maintenance of their mountain bike trails as they stand now. Now, moving forward, I have been having conversations about operationally whether there's some council support like all sports clubs, but for now, the reason I was happy to approve both is because they are for different things, but they're the only sports club that maintains their own premises in the Toowoomba region. So that was the background to that for me.
Yeah, Oh, sorry, I might just...
I'm certainly not questioning your decision-making. I just wonder, as part of our review process, whether that should be something that we...
It's a good question to ask because it's one that we raised as well. Councillor Summerfield, did you want to add anything further to that?
Yeah, look, we were aware of the various grants when we did have that discussion on the day. I think as you suggested, Councillor James, it could be worthy of a discussion around the table whether there is a review of the overriding policy for this. If councillors would prefer that groups were limited to how much they could apply for in one round, or, you know, across all policies, across all funds, that could be a discussion that could be had. But we were aware of it when we had the discussion. And the important part of that discussion was, as Councillor Tim just pointed out, was council does not support them in any way in their maintenance of their current fields. So it was a way of us actually assisting them because we're inadequate in that area.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Yeah, and I concur both comments there. Sorry, Councillor Harris-Sullivan, did you have anything else further on that topic?
Oh, no, Chair. I would never question any of these because I know that everyone goes through them, and it's a lot of work, and I accept the recommendation. Yeah.
But as I said, it is a good, worthwhile conversation potentially to have just around where they sit in terms of maintenance from a council point of view. But thanks, Councillor Harris-Sullivan. I've got Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. I too, like Councillor Harris-Sullivan, noticed the multiple grants that are going to the Mountain Bike Club, and I agree that perhaps this hasn't come up in the past, and it is an opportunity for us to look at that overall situation. And the other thing I wanted to say, that when I look at this overall, Pittsworth does very well in this round of grants, and is there an opportunity for our CDOs in some of the other regional communities to really engage with the community and encourage them to also apply for some of the grants so that it's shared more evenly across the entire region?
Yeah, very, very much so. The CDOs put a lot of effort in promoting the existence, working with groups and getting them up and going. What we've got in Pittsworth is a very dedicated and sophisticated core of people who know the grant systems and know what's available, and then they put in applications. There's, you notice from Pittsworth, I'm sure, when you're going through on your review panels, the quality of the applications that actually come from there. So trying to get the other communities to that level is an ongoing process. I think when Smarty Grants comes in, it will do a lot to levelling that playing field. And it will perhaps go some way to addressing the concern that Councillor Harris-Sullivan was addressing, because at present the technology we use to manage the grants is quite unsophisticated, and so the possibility of double or triple dipping always exists. I'm confident that we catch it as it goes through, but it does exist. Smarty Grants would eliminate that. It makes it very easy to see who's getting what at what time in real time. So I think the risk of us giving unconscious biases to various groups would get more and more eliminated as we implement Smarty Grants next year.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I just have to comment on Councillor Tim's claim that it's the only sporting club. That's not correct. There are other sporting clubs that in Toowoomba that maintain their own. But having said that, I mean, if you look at the two environmental grants, they're there to help with weeds and different things, which we most support. I will make a comment whilst I'm here on the grants, because I have to say places like Cambodia and even to a lesser extent Clifton, there is, and I don't ever think it was council's intention, there is a bias and always has been to certain communities, and it's been going. It's not that their projects aren't worthy; they certainly are. But and you know, we all sit on them, but I think there does need to be more. And I don't know how we do it, but more effort to engage with the community, to bring them up to scratch, to know what they need to do, and to know that this fund's available for some of those wonderful projects that they've got, because every area is trying to keep a sense of community and trying to keep their sporting clubs going. And it has been an issue ever since we started these grants, that there are places where they've never... It's very rewarding to see, as we sit there, and I know we all sit on different panels, to see groups come in that haven't been there before and we're able to help that little community out a little bit, I think that's great. So I don't know how we do it. I know everyone's very hardworking, but somehow we haven't managed to involve and engage with all those communities out there, and it becomes very obvious when you sit here and look at these, what we have finally. You can't make people, but I think they just lack the means, as Gary has said. They lack the knowledge and the confidence or whatever to put in for the grants. But I'd really like to see us try to find a way to make it more accessible to those people. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. And yeah, I think we'd love to see it right across the different board, but at the end of the day, it's the equal opportunity for everyone to apply for these grants. But yeah, if there's ways that we can look at doing that, I think we can.
Mr. Chair, I realise the equal opportunity's there, but we have to have a look underneath to see why it's not happening and
Yeah,
how we can make it happen. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Shine.
No, thanks. Chair, I just don't know how you want to deal with this, just general matters at this stage or particular ones, doesn't matter?
Yeah, as long as it doesn't cover one of those rows that we have a conflict. If we have a conflict,
Okay.
we'll have to ask whether it's Councillor Von Hoff or
Well, I've got
Mayor.
I want about a short explanation about 5 different matters,
Sure.
if it's possible, and could deal with those now?
Sure.
Okay. Right, row 36 compared with row 38, this is where the full funding hasn't been granted. 36 sort of gives a generic reply. The application is complete, etc. 2,500 only is recommended, but no real. Oh, yes, there is an explanation there, I suppose. Whereas 38 gives perhaps a more understandable explanation as to why it was only a portion of it. The next one I noticed was from the sports tourism 146. I take it was the quantum there was fairly high.
Yeah, that's correct. The limit in that scheme is 2,500, so they applied for a bit more than what they were eligible for.
Right, row 54, Darling Downs Historical Rail Society. I just declared that I am the patron, but I have nothing to do with the running of the show. That one there, it says that the grant acquittal was outstanding. By that you mean how they've spent it, or what do they have to do to acquit?
It's pretty much providing receipts or showing how they've spent their previous money, and that's once they've fully acquitted, which means proving that they've spent the money on the thing they were going to, as they said they were going to spend it on, then they're fully acquitted and they're eligible for subsequent grants. It's a pretty hard and fast rule that you've got to spend what you received last time before you get the next batch of money.
I see. And fairly easy with which to comply.
Oh yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. 56 is purchase of a defibrillator. Depends on where you are in life and what age you are. You're more interested in these things. I see that was knocked back for the OK Club because it was a short lifespan of the machine itself. That seems a bit interesting. Yeah.
The policy outlines that there's a reluctance to fund things that do have a short lifespan or require regular maintenance, just simply because of the maintenance burden that's being imposed on the clubs. So there is an opportunity when we go through to review the guidelines to perhaps massage that a little bit. But,
I think we've had a discussion about defibrillators here before, last time around, so we might even be able to suggest the more sustainable ones. Because I've seen them around, hopefully they still work.
I think, sorry, just Councillor Shine, just to add to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the officers, but I think there was also, it's not questioning obviously the value of a defib, it was more around that there's a lot more of an appetite around some of the state grants, is that?
there are specific state grants that actually provide for defibs, yes.
Yeah.
Row 73, which is the Toowoomba Bowls Club, was knocked back there, and it was due to the competitive nature of in other words, it didn't sort of warrant as much help as other competitive applicants, I take it.
If I could ask my Sport and Rec colleagues to speak to that one. Dom?
'73 is Toowoomba Bowls Club.
Good morning, councillors. Apologies, I've managed to break my glasses on the way here this morning, so I've a little more lopsided than normal. You'll understand. Yeah, certainly the process is very competitive. We did have more applicants than we could fund again this round, and that was the case with the Toowoomba Bowls Club. So it's not to say the application wasn't of a high standard, just to say that there was insufficient funds to fund all applicants.
The last one, you might be here to Domino, the last one that called you, referred to you as being one-eyed on these things. The row 77, Southbrook Sports Club, the application was not successful, although it was eligible. I don't know if Southbrook did terribly well with the rest of the, in terms of the other applications. Just wondering whether...
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Through you, Chair. Again, we had to look at the overall number of applications and place with high priority those that were for equipment and materials that were about participation in the activity. So we certainly will continue to have ongoing conversations about other grant opportunities, the Community Gambling Grant Fund and other suitable funds for those types of small equipment purchases.
Just generally speaking, where they're unsuccessful, is it worth their while historically to put in further applications down the track? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have, obviously, future rounds coming, next one in July.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks very much, Chair. I guess leading a little bit on one of the items that Councillor Shine had, and that's number 50, which is the Yarraman Station Park Festival, which is the first time a couple of years ago, and then COVID, of course, didn't help. And the reason for not approving is that the acquittal wasn't finalised, and I note in the criteria or the policy that needs to be done within 6 weeks or of the completion of the event. Given that was out of a community economic development funding stream, and this is an event support funding stream, would there be any chance that it may have got mislaid, that an acquittal was done and maybe not known about? I know that's a bit hard to work out, but are they all combined in under Darryl's area so that all the acquittals can be checked?
Yes, yeah, and they have been chased up, and no documentation has come in at this stage. We're getting, I think the last communication, they were silent, Fiona? The last communication with Yarraman, they were silent. They haven't come back to us yet.
Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. I guess leading from Councillor Carroll's comments earlier that some of these groups may not be as sophisticated as others to go through that process, although it may seem like an easy process for us. For some of them, it may not be quite as easy. So perhaps that's a message to the community that when they do get these grants, to follow them through the policy so that it makes them eligible for the next round. So therefore, they're ineligible for that grant, which is unfortunate because it's a very good event and has the opportunity to grow and be significant, given they're a trailhead of the Brisbane Valley Rail Trail, and that's one of the I guess the shining hopes of Yarraman is to turn it into a destination for that particular activity. So perhaps there's other ways we can support them, whether it's through a sponsorship grant or something, perhaps something different to the event grant, community grant program.
I'll wholeheartedly agree. I don't think there was any disagreement on the value of this particular project. We're just trapped by the policy, which is very unambiguous. You've got to, justify the previous expenditure before you get new expenditure. If I could request council's assistance too, if you're talking to any of these groups, just encourage them, please contact your local officer. We're there to help. If they're having any difficulties at all, if they're not quite sure how to apply or how to acquit, our officers on the ground will bend over backwards to assist them to get it in by the timeline.
Sure, that's great. And then one other one, Councillor O'Shea, if I could, the one above that, 49, it may be worth mentioning in regard to a sport and rec grant, a large amount for the Royal Agricultural Society, the Toowoomba Equine Centre of Excellence development plan, and the reasons were obviously it was a large amount that was requested, $86,580, and not approved. I gather because of the importance that we're placing on the Olympics, but also that opportunity for the showgrounds, that this wouldn't be the end of those discussions, and perhaps it's a request, perhaps the Mayor, as we've spoken about in the past, around economic development and perhaps a different level of funding for that quantum and what it could bring might be worthy of discussion, perhaps at a policy level early in the new year, perhaps might be a good idea.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Look, just in relation to the project description, I'm wondering, I'd find it really helpful if they were all, the name of the actual event was named. So, I mean, some of them are, but some aren't. And so there was one or two there I thought, oh, what is that? And I'd find it really helpful if they all had the name of the event in there, if that's possible. And also, following next Tuesday's meeting, I wondered whether councillors could have all these events in our diaries so that we can support when they're, you know, community events where we could actually go along. So if they're in our diary, we know that, you know, there is potential for at least some of us to support them, because I know they appreciate us coming along and giving them a bit of support. I'd find that really helpful. So just going to number 21, if I could please. Gary, the anniversary dinner for the VC winner, it says reason for recommendation only getting $1,500 was because they advised it's a community event. I thought these all were community events. So could you help me understand why that's different? Maybe it's as easy as the pimple on my nose, but I just don't see.
Kira, would you have a moment? Sorry, I'll just ask my colleague from the events unit, Kira, to come forward and talk to that one. She has a far more intimate knowledge of the project than
21?
Very tall microphone. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for your question. So with the event support grants, there is 3 tiers within the program. So we have community events, regional events and major events. With a community event, they can apply for up to $1,500 maximum within that tier. So that's why on their application form, they applied for the community event support grant, so community event tier, which is $1,500. I know they requested more than that, but within the guidelines of the policy, it's $1,500.
So can you help me understand the difference? And I'm just picking one out here. The Monaro Nationals 22 event, that would be a community event, wouldn't it?
The Monaro one, let me just double check
Oh,
that.
it's a national? Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. That helps, I think.
Helps. Brilliant.
And then the other one was number 38, Eva's Place, which Councillor Kerry raised before. And I still don't understand why they didn't get approval for their tablet and case. I assume that's the only things that weren't funded. This is a really important service in our community, and I was surprised that not all of it was funded. I wondered if someone could help me understand why. I really didn't understand before when it was raised.
So this is 38, Councillor Summerfield, was that correct?
Oh, sorry, yes, 38.
38.
Eva's Place.
Members of the assessment panel might wish to correct me, but what I understand from the notes I was given is that the issue there was really around the purchase of the tablet, which was to be used for a whole range of purposes and couldn't be specifically aligned to the actual program that they were delivering through their grant application. Please, I do stand corrected if members of the assessment panel believe it differently.
That's my understanding. Who else sits on, which ones, this is in community support?
Community.
Who? Carol and Tim were on that. Do either of you have any? Okay.
in my view, that, yeah, that's exactly. There are guidelines, and I believe that they're discussed with the applicant, and it's because of the tablet.
So it's not because it's a tablet, but how the tablet was going to be used, is that it?
It couldn't be, yeah, it wasn't going to be used just for this, it was to be used for a range of things.
Oh, okay.
Is
All
my
right.
understanding, Tim? Yeah, for administration and other things, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So
Thank you very much.
another one, if I could, number 44, which is the Centenary Heights State High School Breakfast Club. I have sincere compassion for this service that's provided to children who probably desperately need to be provided with a breakfast. I guess my concern is that's only for one section. What will they do next time and next time and next time? I just wondered what the application indicated. It's a difficult one for me. I just wonder where it sits in our community, in our grants.
The longevity of the program wasn't clear, but I'm assuming that they will come back if it's successful time and time again.
Okay.
Now, if that's the case, and we have many organisations that do come back year after year, they then are met with by the CDOs who talk to them about other grant funding opportunities, because there are a range of state and federal grants that could potentially cover this area. So if they do come back to us time and again, we do talk to them about other funding. And anecdotally, on the ground, the CDOs probably spend twice as much of other people's money as they do of our money by redirecting grants to other agencies.
Yeah. I would like to see them be able to have that consistency of funding. I think it's such an important service that they provide to the students. And I did wonder, I know with Brimaru, and I know that's a totally different kettle of fish, we provided ended up giving them a set amount every year through a different system, and I just wondered whether, and for that matter, whether it is a local government issue or whether it really is a state government issue. It's an education black hole, so to speak, and I just wondered about that. So number 45, which is Tony's Community Limited, it says in the financial contribution from group, no cost given. I thought all these applications had to have costs provided. I just wondered. Oh, the cost, no cost given might be in relation to the volunteers' hours, is it?
In kind.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to step out of things a little bit here. Number 51, which is the Crow's Nest Show Society developing up a park, is it tourist
Caravan.
park, which I assume is for caravans and things. We don't have a dump point at Crow's Nest, do we? And I just wonder, and I'll aim towards you, Nick, the dump point, do we have a schedule of rolling out dump points across our region? Because it is an ongoing issue for our tourists coming to town or to our region, and I think it's important that we continue to get those dump points out there.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Good morning, councillors. Agreed, yes, that provision of dump points can certainly support that tourist activity. I'm probably going to flick it across to Gary, because through the tourism and events section we've done an RV infrastructure strategy and those sorts of things, so Gary might be able to provide a little bit more detail about that.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, we've done an RV infrastructure strategy which addresses things such as dump points, other things that the RV users might need when they visit particular towns, and that's slated to come to council in the medium term. So I imagine that report back will hit you in the next couple of months.
So does the strategy include timelines for rolling out a program of dump points?
It does address dump points, but to be quite honest, I can't recall the detail as to where Bitsworth may sit in what's needed and what's not.
I'd love to see council actually implement a rolling. It's a bit like our standpipes, making our standpipes with card accessibility to pay for your water. I think the dump points for tourists in our region would be fantastic if we could have a rolling out program of these dump points across our region.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. I've got Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just a couple of things. I just wanted to mention on the Yarraman business groups, they had a marketing company in. I attended that last year. I was the only one. It was sent to everyone. I went up there, and after I remember it very clearly because I first saw the house I bought on that day, and I rushed up there. They had a marketing company which dissolved on the Monday after that event. And this is a really, as Councillor Jeff says, this has the potential to be a huge event for Yarraman. They had over 350 riders, and it was the first event they'd had, and it was they had 3 different levels of riders. You know, there was the short ride, 5Ks, whatever, and they came in through the day. It was. I really would like to see us try to find some way to help them, because I think that the fact that they had a marketing company, they were disbanded, that was their last event, and there may well have been an issue with how it was acquitted. And I know we have those rules in place, and they have to be observed. I understand that, but I just wonder if this is a whole new lot of people, and they don't running this show. And I did have personal contact from one of those people, and so obviously my assumption of that is that they maybe don't have too much knowledge of what's happened previously. I think that potentially this is probably the leading event for Yarraman, and I would really like to find some way to support them. That was one question. The other thing, on 72, with the Darling Downs Show Jumping Incorporated Club, purchase a custom-built trailer, that's equestrian trailer for their jumps. Does that club just operate at Pittsworth, or is this trailer to take them to other places? Like, we're the centre of an equestrian hub here. We certainly are. And, I know that we ran out of funds for that, but I just want to point out how valuable that would be to our pony clubs and people who want to join that, because if it were transportable and they take events around to other areas, I think that would be fantastic in developing. We're talking about Olympic Games in 10 years' time, and, show jumping is a major part of the equestrian program there, so I just wanted to mention that. Talking about the returned soldiers up here with the anniversary for the VC winner in the Toowoomba area, it must be an event they're having in John French's name, I think. We should all be very proud to have VC winner, John French VC, in our region, and he was a very brave man. And I'm just wondering, I wasn't going to say anything about this, but when we said that there's certain levels, I mean, we outside and we who sit there assume that the people there know where they should direct that to, but perhaps they don't. And if they needed to go to a higher level, perhaps when we receive, I don't know, I know we're all busy, but when we received it, perhaps we should have pointed that out to them. So I don't know what sort of an event, of a dinner they're saying here, but will the 1,500 allow them to hold that event or not? Because I think, we're coming up to Anzac Day, we pay lip service to these things. John French was a very brave man, as were many other soldiers. My father served in the Second World War, and I actually, I'm not trying to pull one out against others, but John French was a very brave man, and we should all be very proud to have him as part of our regional
I think we've got Kira
heroes,
I think we've got Kira to answer that. But
yeah, thank you very much.
I think, Councillor Taylor, in regards to this one, that's exactly what they did. They said we'll have up to 1,000 people, so that's put it in the eligibility category that it was. So we responded on their information.
Yeah.
We didn't assume they'd get 1,000. They told us.
So that's my misunderstanding.
Is that correct?
So,
sorry, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So the 1,000 is that's
their
what they plan to have,
yes.
and 1,500 is as much as we can give them for that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. But opportunity to highlight what they're trying to do, I suppose, because it's really very, very worthwhile.
It does also,
small place like Crow's Nest, yes.
It does also go to that point. Please encourage potential applicants to talk to the officers as early as possible, and we can make sure that that's very, very clear. The worst situation for us to be in is for a cold application to come in that we've never seen before, and then we're sort of bound by the policy as to how much we can engage or recommend changes or suggest different wording.
So I guess that I'd just like to encourage anyone who's watching this, and maybe one of our press, the Chronicle and our regional papers, to come and talk to the group about that and see how we can get people understanding more what's available to them and finding out how best they can apply for it. Thank you.
Yeah, any further information we can get out in regards to trying to give the community money is certainly a good thing. Are there any further questions, councillors, in regards to this one? So, Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Look, if I could just make a comment about this grant round, as all of them, it's a pretty good day in the office when we get to sit down and give money out to community events who are very deserving of them. And I speak with very high regard generally in the grant process. I appreciate not everyone can get everything they want every round, and especially when you're the second round of the financial year and we have limits and things have to fall off the back. That's just the way it is. Can I make a brief comment, if you're one of the many hundreds of people watching this online at present, that if you're a sports club, talk to the CDO in your town, and the best applications are the ones that have consulted with the council staff, and council staff can help you write the correct application and they know it's coming. And secondly, that if you weren't successful, that's not a no, that's a no this time. And can I really encourage community groups that they should resubmit their applications if they're not successful. But the biggest and best part, I think, of this community round is the fact that we have this moderation panel. And it used to really irk me very early on in this term where there'd be $50,000 left in one bucket and 80,000 oversubscribed in another bucket, and we weren't able to help them out. And I really praise the work of the officers by allowing some sort of fluidity or moving money around so that we can help the maximum amount of people. And I really think that's a huge step forward for this council and for the grant process in generally. But no, there's you can't fund everything every time, and there's obviously priorities. Things that are bread and butter, keeping the lights on, are usually given higher priorities than the nice to haves, and that's just a standard day in council. But I know we have a few conflicts to declare, Chair, but at the appropriate time I'd be happy to move.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Councillor McMahon. I think further that point, to have a figure of, I would say, about 1,500 underspent would be a record. So, then, and we'll continue to move forward with that moderation panel. Okay, so councillors, if there are no further questions, I know just dealing with a couple of how we handle this, Wendy. So the first is row 60. So we'll do the conflicts ones first. So row 62. So Councillor Von Hoff. Do you have to redeclare? Or just...
Chair, do you want me to recite the declarations again, or do you want me to just head on out?
Okay, so you saved on this occasion. I just need to mention that you've made a declaration in regards to row 62 and row 53. So if you would like to exit, and we can vote on those separately. So they're one recommendation, 62 and 53. So councillors, committee recommendation 1 for this is that council approve the application for funding for the Boys Brigade Queensland Limited under the overarching community grants policy and associated guidelines. And item 2 of this recommendation is council advised Chislehurst Kindergarten Association Incorporated that it has been unsuccessful in its application for funding under the overarching 2.59 community grants policy and associated guidelines. So I have a mover for that, Councillor Antonio, Councillor McMahon. Does anyone wish to go into debate? Put to the vote, those in favour? Carried unanimously. So we can ask Councillor Von Hoff to return. So the next committee recommendation number 2 is in regard to the Millmerrins Medched, which Mayor Antonio has made a declaration. So if you wish to exit. So councillors, the recommendation before us is that council approve the application for funding by the Millmerran Men's Shed Incorporated under the overarching 2.59 community grants policy and associated guidelines as recommended in attachment 1. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Summerfield, Councillor McMahon seconds. Anyone wish to go into debate? Put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. So we can ask the Mayor to return. So now we just deal with the vote. Yeah. So, councillors, that takes us to the balance. So, committee recommendation number 3 is that council approve the applications for funding under the overarching 2.59 community grants policy and associated guidelines as recommended in the attachment, with the exception of rows 62 and 43. Could be another, the mayor's. No? Oh, so, apologies. Sorry, apologies. And then 2 is that, with the exception of Chislehurst Kindergarten Association Incorporated, attachment 1, row 53, the unsuccessful applicants for funding under the overarching grants policy be advised accordingly. Councillor McMahon, you indicated the moving of that. Councillor Taylor seconds. Does anyone wish to go into debate? Put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Gary, and thanks to all of the grants staff. So, councillors, we'll go to item 4 here. So this is additional fees and charges, community development facilities and tourism. So I'll again hand over to Gary Humphreys, the Manager of Community Development Facilities and Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. Effectively, opportunities to improve our community service come up during the course of the year, and this is a classic case of that. Interactions with potential hirers of the goods shed and also interaction with people utilising the cemeteries have identified that our fees and charges don't quite work in a couple of specific circumstances. For the goods shed, it's for people that want to book the venue for 10 days or more. The current pricing model makes it so expensive that it precludes many of these events. And the other aspect was the exhumation of a child. To conduct that at a cemetery and charge the same costs as the exhumation of an adult seems to be an inappropriate allocation of costs. This report, which I present as tabled, looks to redress those 2 pricing discrepancies that currently exist for now and future years.
Thanks, Gary. Any questions, councillors, in regards to this one? Councillor McDonald?
I'm happy to move.
So if there are no further questions, so Councillor Von Hoff, is that second? Or yeah, so second. Sorry, question? Or yeah, sure. Sorry. So I've got a mover and a seconder, but you said questions for sure.
Gary, I would have thought that it's not a terribly nice topic to talk about the exhumation of a child or an adult, but I would have thought the cost is the actual doing rather than the size of what you're exhuming.
The administration costs, the complying with state legislation, the complying with good practice costs are very similar to both. The mechanics, though, is very different. Children are generally buried far shallower. The size of the trench is far smaller, and the amount of work entailed in actually removing the contents of the grave is far less complex. The need for grave shoring isn't there in most instances, and also the amount of emotion that's attached to the particular activity is far greater when it comes to a child, and the amount of impact that it does have on cemetery staff, which can't be discounted. It's an incredibly emotive process to go through. So there are pros and cons, but overall it was recommended that it's most fair to the public that because we charge 40% of the adult price to bury a child, it seems quite appropriate to charge 40% of the adult price to exhume a child. That definitely does cover council's costs, so that we're not subsidising the activity in any way.
So, Councillor Shine?
I take it, Gary, that that's a fairly rare occurrence.
The exhumation of a child, yes, very rare. Yes.
The definition of a child, I take it, is somebody under 18?
Yes. Yeah, the definition of a child's under 18.
Okay, so if there are no further questions on this one, so I've got a mover and Councillor McDonald, a seconder, and Councillor Von Hoff. Does anyone wish to go into debate on this topic? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks, Gary. Item 5 on the agenda, council's proposed lease to the Mclagan and District Men's Shed. Okay, so this one, councillors, is just to consider a proposal to lease council-owned property for the establishment of facilities by the Mclagan and District Men's Shed Incorporated in the Quinaloe area. The Property Services Manager, Hugh Dunn to take us through this one.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. We have before you a new lease request for the Mclagan and District's men's shed at the Quinlow Sports Reserve on a building previously occupied by the State Emergency Service. I'll take the report as read, noting I have the authors, Chris and Charlene from Land and Property, so happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on this one, councillors? Councillor? Okay, so I've got a mover and a seconder. Are there any questions on it? No? Okay, so moved by Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Von Hoff. No one wishes to go into debate. I'll ask the question anyway. Okay, we'll put all those in favour. I'll put it to the vote. It's unanimous. Thanks, Hugh. Took you longer to walk in. Okay, well, councillors, I propose we've got one more item in open, so I might go to the item in open, and then we may break for morning tea unless anyone has any. Oh, we'll see how we go with this one. Item 6, councillors, a sponsorship request for the Chronicle Garden Competition 2022. Kate Scott, coordinator of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, and Gary Humphreys to present this one. So this one to consider a sponsorship request from Queensland newspapers towards Chronicle Garden Competition for 2022.
Thank you, Chair. Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers has a unique place in the events world in Australia, and having private gardens as part of our offering to appeal to the general public that come through to, look at our region and experience what we've got to offer is something unique. And council support of the Chronicle Garden competition is a way of keeping that unique point of difference within the national appeal of our event. The report obviously has come to council many times for sponsorship of this event. So I'll welcome any questions.
Thanks, Kate. Any questions, councillors, in regards to this one? Councillor Summerfield?
Just one quick one, if I could. Kate, did the Chronicle provide an info session following the last one? Because we normally get an info session at the beginning of the year.
That's correct. So there was actually no official sponsorship request come to council last year. Going forward with the event was a little bit in jeopardy to start with, just trying to work out if they could get it happening with COVID because of 2020 and what that would look like in 2021. So council came in through a procurement to support the gardeners by putting on the gardener liaison role last year. So we just did a pure engagement of that consultant role to assist the gardeners last year. So it wasn't an official sponsorship, and there was no presentation that was done in relation to that sponsorship.
Okay. All right, fair enough, thank you. And I note you've got it in this one that
it
they
is a
have
new
to do.
request, yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mr Chair, through you to Kate. Thank you, Kate. It seems like there's a change in the wings with News Limited in regard to how they can manage and support the event that they've held as the owner since 1950, which would be a challenge for them as well. But I note that you're working with them as the advisory group, if you like, through there. Is that why, I guess, there's a change, and one element within it that was worthy of conversation, I guess, was in the recommendation 1C, and it's dot point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dot point 7, award ceremony, event coordination with reimbursement of expenses, etc. That is not something we've normally done as managed, and that looks to be one of quite a few changes for your team to take on. As far as resourcing of your department to handle this, what's your plans to facilitate these additional bits of workload?
Through you, Chair. We have been having a plan B in place for many years. If the opportunity was available for Toowoomba Regional Council to be more involved with this event, we wanted to make sure that we could align it to the strategic plan of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers as much as possible. So with News Limited having some staff changes locally, we've met numerous times with the General Manager and also the editor, who are staunch supporters of this competition and want to continue to see it happening. They love the local pride that it brings and just the engagement that this event has for their business. Unfortunately, they can't resource it anymore. They just don't have the hands and the hearts sitting in seats to be able to do that. Council, for us to take this on, we have reallocated a little bit of other workload out of our resourcing that we've also planned for through other aspects of the roles that we have. While it looks intensive, there are short bursts of intensive periods that actually work quite nicely to the flow of our workflow throughout the year. So at the moment, all the gardeners have already put their orders in for all their seedlings and things like that. They know if they're working towards a spring planting. So while this report is probably coming to council about 3 months late, we'd like to be working with the Chronicle going forward from now to actually have this report coming to council in January, so we can get that communication and support out to the gardeners and the entrants, I should say, a lot earlier. And that works in perfectly with how the carnival programming sits out. So basically, we're prepped and set to have this happening this year and this support to roll out.
I guess if I could, Chair, through you, the biggest change to me seems that council, your team, will actually be running the event, as opposed to previously we've just been a supporting partner of the event, and therefore inquiries, as you've rightly pointed out, inquiries to councillors in regard to the Chronicle Garden competition rightly should be with us, not with the Chronicle. Would that be the biggest shift?
Historically, we've received a lot of the phone calls, inquiries over the years because people don't differentiate who owns or runs or does anything. So it's been a natural fit for us just to take on those calls officially. We did it subtly last year. We actually placed the Toowoomba Carnival Flowers phone number on the website, our website, inquiries to come through to us. And it was a seamless patch. So when people wanted to come to town and look at different things, we were able to include the garden specific to their interests into it. So itinerary building was really great. And for the gardeners, we actually had the support of the garden liaison officer there. So they had a garden specific person they could talk to. They weren't ringing up a hotline for someone to get called to someone to leave a message for someone to ring them back. They had a direct phone number. So it really made it seamless and a lot easier for everyone.
No, it's transitioned over the last few years, as you've said. Just two more things, if I could. Firstly, I applaud the idea of having a garden liaison officer, and the person of the calibre that's been chosen from News Limited, I gather is certainly well known. Mike Wells, and of high calibre. His timing for retirement was probably perfect. I just wondered, and through you, Chair, through to the acting CEO and GM, whether we should put, by way of recognising that this is an additional funding that is required, we shouldn't have a recommendation number 4, which simply just says that funding for the sponsorship be found within existing budget, within existing operational budget.
Through you, Chair, thanks for the question, Councillor McDonald. There's no harm in doing so. The fact that we've been silent in relation to a council decision around that, the capacity exists currently to absorb that expenditure in the budget. I think it's about $20,000 for now, so we can do that, and we can do that with or without the council decision. But if you'd like to acknowledge that doesn't present any
I note it's listed in the report itself as we'll need to allocate, but I think I'd prefer it to be in there.
Sure.
So that it's fixed. Thanks.
So is there anything further, Councillor McDonald? I've got Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, Kate, just explain it to me again. So this year we're approving 55,872 cash and in kind, the following components, which is sort of up around the previous years prior to 2020 and 2021. So, but we're doing more of the organisation and more of the work. Is that right?
Yes, correct. In the past, councils had a priority to provide cash prizes for the event. Instead of doing cash prizes this year, we're taking on the administration and more of the support mechanisms for the entrants and the visitors to town. So yes, we are taking on more hours and more responsibility in that factor. You know, we are providing a service to the Chronicle through this support, but having the information aligned in-house with TCOF kind of saves us a lot of time having to run around and talk to the Chronicle constantly about different entrants and abilities and things like that. So it has given us some savings in some point, while it's given us some workload in some other points.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hara-Sullivan. We've got Councillor McMahon.
Chair, thanks. Through you. Hey, Kate. Just wondering, there's 55,000 here, 55,872. In the fees and charges, we also gave them an event support. Is that the exhibition gardens, and that's different, is it?
It's completely different. So the Chronicle Garden competition is owned by the Chronicle newspaper. The exhibition gardens, which is legally known as the Chronicle Exhibition Gardens, is a community group, a volunteer committee that has been supported by the Chronicle for many, many years. And so when they formed their legal name, they called it the Chronicle Exhibition Gardens. It has morphed over the years because of the confusion point, exactly as you have. They trade now as Toowoomba Exhibition Gardens, so we've got a point of difference. And their model allows for a strategic number, usually it's 5 to 6 gardens every year that are promoted widely with the addresses beforehand, and you pay a fee to enter those gardens.
Went to all of them.
Yeah, and that goes back to charity, so it's a very different format to the garden competition.
Righto, so they're different altogether. So just wondering, with this recommendation in front of us, we give 55 grand to the Chronicle, but we pretty much run the event. And if I'm honest, getting around and talking to all the gardeners in last year's carnival, this was what was lacking. The public doesn't know, nor should they care, if it's council or the Chronicle running it. And I know you said the phone calls, but different parts of who's running what and the whole deal. If we're giving the money and doing the work, why don't we just have why does the Chronicle even need to be involved?
Blunt answer, I guess you could say through you, Chair, is they own the event, and it does have a 73-year legacy with Toowoomba Carnival Flowers, which is, you know, council's priority in tourism destination marketing. So we have been long-term partners for a very long time. The Chronicle do all the marketing, so we don't do any marketing apart from putting it on the website. So there's hundreds of thousands of dollars that they put into the marketing and other ownership aspects. We are doing the front-facing of answering the phones, answering the emails, and supporting the gardeners. The event side of things is a lot more involved with the marketing and the strategic aspects of the actual overall side of things.
Thanks for clarifying that, and of course I'm very supportive of it and the work the Chronicle do, but thanks for clarifying.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just a few things. I just, I appreciate the local Chronicle people here for it, and there's been a lot of support for it. But, I'm one who gets 3 newspapers a day, and actually I do worry about the local content of our Chronicle, because most of it's just cut and pasted from the Courier Mail. We don't even get local rugby league, Aussie rules or rugby union anymore. It's just you've got to go to a website to see it. But I think that the most unique and appreciated thing about our carnival are the private gardens, the gardeners. They're just indeed one of the most important feature, and it is the only festival in Australia where people can walk through private gardens, and and the gardeners react. They're our biggest sellers of tourism in our district that we could ever have. So I just think that probably in many ways that this is a good step. The Chronicle do the marketing, which they're good at, and they have resources to reach people outside our region, which is probably not as easy for us to do, and we appreciate very much what they do there. But the prizes, I note here that all these things like the awards ceremony, venue hire, catering, trophies, prize money, to be repaid by News Limited, they've agreed to that?
No, so they've provided us with an agreement with this
right.
$92,000 worth of value that they've offered to council, seeking support. And we've gone through an assessment process to see what's best value for ratepayers and for council, aligned to supporting local pride, but also then generating a really good visitor experience and what we can make, get the biggest bang for our buck, I suppose you could say. And this is why we haven't supported actually doing the cash prizes, the pendants and the trophies. We've looked at focusing our support around the other areas that will give us more impacts.
So I guess my question to you is, will they agree to that? Because, I mean, that's how it's been put up here, and that would be considerable, I guess, the cost for the venue and whatever. As we've got here in the recommendation, awards ceremony, event coordination with reimbursers of expenses to be repaid by News Limited. Have they agreed to that?
No, so what we'll do is we'll go back, if council agrees to this report, looking at this report, we'll go back to the Chronicle and we'll offer them this, and then we'll negotiate from there to see.
And you'll come back to us.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
with the final
And the
outcome.
other thing, our gardeners won't be left without cash and prizes, will they?
Look, I can't comment on that. That's up to the Chronicle and what they do with that, but I very much doubt that a competition will happen without prizes.
And I have to say to you that, and you would know this, all councillors perhaps would know this, there's been a tremendous amount of uncertainty around the gardeners because of what they perceive as changes with the competition, and they've been, a little bit distressed in some areas about that. So it'd be great to get this settled and to get it out, I think, and it to be a partnership still. But I think it'd be sad when it's been running so long, but perhaps the new way forward will create a lot more certainty around and as you say, like if you try to ring News Limited, you are on there and you're directed to all sorts of places. Somebody from Adelaide might talk to you, or even, Sydney or somewhere. So I wouldn't want our gardeners to be hanging on there trying to talk to someone from about a garden competition in our area. So thank you very much, but I hope that it's all accepted because I think it's probably a good way forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. But Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Further to the points that have been raised around the changes of ownership of the paper, and on that point that was raised around awards ceremony, event coordination, Kate, do you think that we are actually recovering? I mean, there's an enormous amount of staff hours that go into coordinating those sorts of things. I just wonder, and I'm of the same view, that if we're giving money and we're running that particular ceremony, and amongst other things, I just wonder whether we're actually asking for an equitable contribution from the Chronicle. That's my first question. The other one, you mentioned Plan B. And I like to think down the track, and as with everything, regardless of the time it's run, I can name a few other events that have had a rich heritage around the carnival and no longer exist. And I hope this isn't the case with this, but thinking down the track on a Plan B, do you ever foresee the point at which the changes with the ownership and the new direction of the newspaper as the sponsors and owners gets to the point where we would actually be better off renaming and calling a fresh sponsor? Could it evolve to that? I know it's a bit of crystal ball, but if you're seriously looking around the sustainability of an event and all the pieces that hang off that, there has to be some long-term thinking around those possibilities. And I can mention other well-established things that hung off the Carnival of Flowers and no longer exist for the very same reasons.
Through you, Chair, you pay me to have a plan B, C, D and E, if I'm really honest. Event coordination, we're constantly looking at what could go wrong and what the opportunities are. Putting my public servant hat on, the first question you had about value for money, we really rigorously look at this event every single year to make sure that we're not seen as a fat cow to be milked, if I can put that old term out there. We really want to make sure that we're getting a return on investment. We want to make sure that we've got two hats. We've got the fact that we've got to make sure that the locals are looked after and the entrants are looked after, and we're doing a really strong local pride. But this is a strong tourism event too, and we've got to keep remembering that this is a big chunk. We've got over 200,000 people that come to attend Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers events. On average, is about 40,000 go through the Grand Champion Garden. So that's a nice little chunk of those people that come specifically to attend a Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers event. So the tourism factor of that is quite high. Supporting locals and tourism don't always meet, so we've got to balance that out. What attracts the visitors and what feels like we're supporting the locals is always a balancing act. I've thought long and hard about are we handing over something that we should own, and is there that aspect to it? I think it's good. Is council really in the business of running competitions? That's not a core business for us, but I think it's good that the fact that we've got residents going out and opening up their gardens and doing a very good PR exercise on behalf of the region and the community, and then that's value adding to our tourism spend that we do through Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers. So value for money, yes.
So Kate, just may I butt in there? That's why I'm asking about Plan B, because I see this as a very interim measure, and we're not in the core business of running events, in my view, and that's why we should be having a serious look at evolution, which happens whether we like it or not. And here is a new ownership of a media outlet that has a different perspective, and that's their prerogative and they're right. There's nothing wrong with that. However, to ensure that tourism and this big chunk, as you say, still hangs off the Carnival of Flowers, that's why I'm asking the question. I don't see this as a long-term solution myself. Us taking on an increasing role in that whole sector around the garden competition. To ensure its longevity, I think we must sensibly look at other solutions.
And then a lot of those solutions have been started to be discussed with News Limited and the local team and also the wider community. Having a garden liaison officer coming in and having that external to both parties is part of our risk management of looking at, how we develop this event and how we keep it going. My ultimate first goal is to get this event through to its 75th year in 2024, the Platinum Jubilee of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers and this event. So we're looking at how we can get that through. We had 11 new entrants last year. That wasn't widely kind of put out there, but there was 11 new gardeners that actually entered this competition. So there is, while there's a bit of a rough changing period at the moment, COVID has done that across a lot of different events. So I think, we might have a bit of changing roles with News Limited and what they can and can't do, what council's priorities are, and you never know, there's a lot of community support out there. There may be community groups that are interested in taking on the roles that council currently is proposing to do too.
Thanks, Kate. And I think just the only thing I'd add to that, Councillor Carl, in regards to the future of it and Plan Bs and things like that, probably the underlying factor of this we're talking about is they own it. So it's not actually our event as such. I mean, I understand the direction you're talking in that regard, but that's probably the other aspect to it, is it's not something that's owned by council.
Councillor Chair, that's why I raised hopefully it doesn't eventuate. Hopefully it never eventuates. But the reality is it could. And the could is a more probable than a less probable, given the track record of other important things that used to be run at carnival time. So I'm suggesting that down the track there could actually be, the Chronicle could own this ad infinitum, but there actually could be a whole new format under a new ownership or sponsorship for that matter to deliver a like product or event to ensure that we capture that tourism and it remains a significant national event. So that's all. I mean, sure. I hope it doesn't eventuate myself, but they're the likely possibilities.
Yeah, understand the point. Thanks, Councillor Carl. Got Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, I've got two questions, if I might, Chair. The first, thank you, Kate. When you were saying before that in response to Councillor McMahon's questions, you said that the Chronicle puts in hundreds of thousands of dollars in marketing expenses. do you have those exact figures?
Not from last year. I've got previous reports that they've brought to council of their actual ad spend that they do in News Limited papers. Majority is actually the Chronicle. There is usually Courier Mail, and now in 2019 they did quite a big digital spend as well. So we can ask for the spend values of last year to come back, and of course with the reporting of this year, if this is adopted, they'll outline all of that as well.
I think that would be important and helpful so that we can have a really clear understanding when you are making those decisions about the merits of it, what we're putting in and what they're putting in, and how the ROI is. To me, the ROI is a bit of a separate conversation, actually. But yeah, to figure out exactly how much we are paying and how much they are paying. And then the second question, through you, Chair. The report talks about how it's owned and operated by Queensland newspapers, the event. Increasingly, we're doing more of the operating. So what is actually meant by the event is owned by the Chronicle?
We don't have the right to go and run a Chronicle Garden competition as part of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers. They own that IP and all of that history and the contacts to the entrance. We haven't got an agreement to have shared contact databases for privacy reasons and things like that, so they hold all of that data. We're securing this event to Toowoomba. News Limited could go and run this event in Geelong, could go and run it in the Blue Mountains, wherever they want. By investing in this event, we're securing it for Toowoomba and we're securing it for Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, is another way that we can look at it.
Okay, I think that provides clarity, because otherwise it's not just a matter of naming rights, because potentially another organisation could organise an Organisation X garden competition. So that's interesting and helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. We've got Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just think it's important that we be respectful of the fact that it is the Chronicle's garden competition. We need to understand that we have always only ever been sponsors, and probably going back to 70 years, Toowoomba City Council and then Toowoomba Regional Council has been a sponsor of this event, which happens to work hand in glove with our Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers, and we get a lot of benefit out of it because of the tourists, as has been outlined very well by Kate. And I think talking about what we might do with the garden competition moving forward is a little bit rude for the Chronicle if they're listening today to this discussion. They own it, and we need to be respectful of that. And if at some stage down the track they decide they don't want to own it, then I think we should have this conversation. I support what's been put before us. It's a good proposal, thanks, Kate. And if we look at the council support that's been provided on page 1 of the report, it shows quite clearly how much we've provided in the past and how much we're providing now. And I'd just like to suggest that I'd be happy to move, actually, that we support this motion.
So I've just got a couple more questions. So I've got Councillor Taylor, then Mayor Antonio.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And whilst I somewhat agree with Councillor Summerfield, yes, it is the Chronicles, but we do need to be aware that there has been a change. It was started when the newspaper was very, very local. And I guess that you could have I'm not saying it'll happen, but we could have a death by 1,000 cuts here. And if financial support and albeit marketing support is continued to be removed from here, then I do think we need to look. And I wouldn't have thought that it's a garden competition, we could start it again. It would be difficult, but it could happen. And I think we need to, the Chronicle's done an amazing job in the past, and if the support is still there, which is beyond the control of the local people here, well, I'm sure that it'll continue the way it is, but we need to be aware that it may not, and we need to have a plan B. So I guess that I'm happy to support it the way it is, and I'm happy to second it, should Councillor Summerfield move it. But at the end of the day, you cannot say we're going to continue it at all costs if all support, meaningful support, is taken away. Thank you.
Thanks. So I've got an indication of a mover and a seconder, but I do have a question or comment from the Mayor.
Oh, just simply a comment, Mr Chair. I think it's an iconic event. It's known Australia-wide and worldwide, and I think it's been very successful. And I thank Kate and the whole team for the work they do. I thank the Chronicle for the work and the commitment they've given to this. And look, they're getting a fair bit of benefit out of it too. I can assure you that to be a sponsor of an event of this nature, I think we ought to pat ourselves on the back because of the fact that it goes now for 30 days. And rather than have this kind of discussion, I wonder if we ought to be talking about how we can grow the event. I've had someone come to me and talk about a garden fest during that period of time, using our goods shed and that kind of thing. We've had other events in this community. Is there a possibility also that in autumn, Toowoomba's a beautiful place with the fall of leaves, that we could promote it then? So I think there's potential to grow this event in a very special way, grow the attraction there is here in Toowoomba with our gardens. So not only the event, but we've got something pretty special here. Go for a drive to other places in Australia and you'll find that we've got something special. And I think we're going pretty well. I think our staff are doing a great job. I think the Chronicle's doing a great job. Let's grow it.
Thanks, Mayor. If there are no further questions on this one, I do have a mover and a seconder of the motion. However, was there an indication earlier of did you want to add an amendment or?
Oh, but it's up there in
sorry,
yellow.
sorry.
Providing
So,
the mover and seconder is happy with that.
Apologies, yeah. So the mover and the seconder are comfortable with that? Yes, that's there. So, okay, so the recommendation has the addition of item 4, that funding for this sponsorship be found within the existing budget. You happy with that, Nick? Sorry, yeah, Councillor Vonhoff.
Sorry, Chair, on this one, Councillor McDonald asked before about the implications for Kate's team. And I just want some additional clarity, that given that there is this additional request, that isn't going to make your personnel part of this piece tighter and more difficult?
No, we've already have business relationships in place through other events that we run, that those agreements and suppliers can actually take on work for us that's removing work. So we've been able to do a transfer of load of work for that. So that's already in place.
Okay,
so we're
great.
ready to take this on if needed. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, because the team does an amazing job, so thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. So the mover and the seconder, we have a mover and a seconder for this recommendation. So with the addition there of 4, that is that this sponsorship be funded within the existing budget. So the recommendation, without reading through all the details of it, is that Council approves sponsorship of the Chronicle Garden competition in the amount of $55,872 in cash and in kind for several components for it to be run through there. And as I said, we add that addition there with the funding implication that we've added with that as well. So I have a mover and a seconder on which to go into debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thanks, Kate. Councillors, that concludes the open portion of the Environment Community Committee meeting. So I might go to a motion to adjourn, and then if we open and close the others, and then we can go on a break and come back. So
We'll have a break first.
Yeah, so moved by the Mayor, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. All those in favour? It's carried. So we'll move to an adjournment, so to go into close, but we'll take a
we're just a couple of minutes over time from our scheduled start time of 10:40, so if you could take your seats.
Apologies for being late.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Sorry, Councillor Bill. Yeah, Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Kerry. Yeah, they won't be too far away, I'd assume. Here comes Gary. Sorry, Wendy. I'm going to start because I'll be finished in 2 minutes. Well, councillors, welcome to the Finance and Business Strategy Committee for April. Noting that we have a couple of councillors that will be making their way in very soon, but I do welcome everyone to the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting for April. Welcome to the Mayor, to the Portfolio Lead of this area, Councillor Kerry Shine, all other councillors and those in the gallery and watching at home. This meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed. Can I begin by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyval and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first peoples. Noting today, councillors, that we don't have any items in the committee. However, as we've spoken in the past in this forum and raised it when it was first announced, in fact, over the Christmas period, the financial assistance grants, you'll see some media come out later today in regard to that. We keep sending the message quite clearly that this will be a financial burden for our community. Conversations with the local federal member, the Mayor and our Acting General Manager of Finance and Business as late as last Friday, indicates quite clearly that the funding from the federal government has actually increased year on year, yet our community will be subject to a decrease over the next 3 years of some 23% per year. To put that into perspective, our current year financial grants is around about $14 million, so that'll decrease by around about the $8 million mark over 3 years. The federal government have seen fit to prepay next year's financial assistance grants to the State Grant Commission, State Government Grant Commission, which sounds great in practice, but what it effectively means is that we'll get 75% under the current methodology, which gives us around about $11 million. Next year, under the new methodology, with a 23% reduction, we'll actually be worse off next year and we'll see no funds coming into the region. So it is for families sitting around the table at the moment talking about and worrying about cost of living, this will certainly be a problem for us as a community going forward, and something that we're lobbying very hard through the State Grants Commission to see this either a decision deferred or in fact revisited under a better and more appropriate methodology. Councillor Summerfield, you had your hand up.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and I think it's great that you've raised this issue because it's quite concerning for us for our budget moving forward. I just wondered, you said the federal government's increasing the FAGs each year, so moving forward, so what level of government made the decision to reduce ours?
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Through that discussion with the federal member, there has been an increase year on year, and projected forward over the next few years the similar level of increase to the state government. So the federal government have a total pool going to the state government, which is around about the $600 million mark, increasing year on year by roughly $30 million. Yet our community will see a decrease over the next 3 years of some 23% year on year. The decision is made at the state government level through the State Grants Commission, So the federal government, under the Constitution, has actually no say as to where that funding goes through. So it is up to us as a community to be speaking to the state government and the State Grants Commission in regard to the methodology used and how that funding is allocated from the federal government. So you'll see some media come out today. We have already had media out, but I think the message is quite clear that although funding is increasing from the federal government to the state government, our share of that is decreasing and forecast to decrease significantly by some $8 million over the next 3 years. And next year is even in a dire situation because we'll see no funds at all come into the local government area unless there's a prepayment from the following year. So it's a concern, and that's why we've raised it again today. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair, for highlighting that. And just for our community who are listening, that equates to an 8% rate rise. So adding to that, adding to the FAGS grants, which, as you've highlighted, are increasing from the federal government, but the Grants Commission has deemed that we're not worthy for that money. Add to that the same methodology has been used to assess our TIDS grants, which is state government through the Roads Alliance, to go on to our local roads of regional significance. And over 3 years, that will decrease by $1 million as well. And going forward, that means that stays at that very low level. I think it's not good enough, and I think our community should push back on this. The only way we have of changing this is for our community to start fighting with us to have this changed and have the Grants Commission's methodology changed so that we're recognised as a developing council and one that is a city and 7 regional areas that have been put together with the same needs as people in other areas with developing communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. So I can understand, the Grants Commission then makes their recommendation to the state government. So is there an opportunity and a responsibility for the state members of parliament across Toowoomba region to advocate on behalf of council as well in this matter, or is the Grants Commission completely separate and independent from that process?
Yeah, no, it's my understanding that the Grants Commission make that recommendation, but I'd hazard to say that there wouldn't be any changes from a Grant Commission recommendation. However, our local members are certainly well aware of this and are joining that same sort of force to make a stand.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. So, councillors, that went a bit longer than what I thought for no items, but it's a very, 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 I can't stress it enough, important issue for this council going forward. So thank you for the questions and conversation there. Now, Mr Mayor, did you have a comment or question on that?
I was going to comment, but I might bring it into my Economic Development Committee report, which is exactly like yours, no items, but there are a couple of things I want to put forward on the table.
Okay, thanks, Mr Mayor. Well, I'll close the Finance and Business Strategy meeting for April and hand over to you, Mr Mayor. Thanks.
Go down, I suppose. Council, similar to the previous committee, there are no items to be discussed in economic development, but I think there are a couple of things that I would like to put on the table, and just there's one particular thank you I want to give to one of our staff who's left. Can I recognise the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Can also recognise those who are in the room with us and those who are online. Ladies and gentlemen, I think today we ought to be thankful for the 10 years of service that Seamus Gamani gave the Economic Development Group in Toowoomba. He's now moved, of course, to a very similar area, and I'll be working with him. The first plan is I'll be flying up to see the Indigenous mayors up in Cairns about future education opportunities in Toowoomba. I think it's appropriate that I lead that delegation with Seamus and possibly Ali up in early July. I think it's probably about committee meeting time, but That was predicated on the fact that Councillor Megan, Councillor Jeff and I said farewell to a beautiful cohort of young students at the airport when they flew back to their homes for Christmas. And I think the learnings from that gave me the will to make sure that we had that opportunity of connection with those Indigenous communities in the north and elsewhere. So that will happen. Seamus and I will go to that. But I just want to pay my tribute to Seamus because I worked with him very closely, and there was never a question that went unanswered. He certainly did his research when I wanted something. So to Seamus, thanks very much for the 10 years that you gave this organisation. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning I received a call from the chair of the board of the Heritage Bank, Kerry Beatros, and he indicated to me that they have moved a further step forward in the amalgamation of the Heritage Bank and the other major entity that they were going to join with. And the press release was going out at 9:30 today, and it's very comfortable for me to inform you of that. And if you want to look back at the history of the Heritage Bank, at where it all came from, how it all started, and the work that went in this community, it also tells a story about the economic capability and economic strength there is in this community. Not every community has something like, not every community of the size of Toowoomba has had something like the Heritage Bank born and grown to the extent it is now. So congratulations to the Heritage Bank. Congratulations for what they've done for this community. And I think each and every one of us around the table will probably have some interaction with the Heritage Bank from time to time, and they're a very good mob to deal with. But there are no more matters that I need to discuss, I don't think, ladies and gentlemen, so councillors, so I think I'll declare the Economic Development Committee meeting closed. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Antonio. So, councillors, we resume the Environment Community Committee meeting. The remaining items are in confidential. So, can I have a motion that we close? Councillor O'Hara Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. All those in favour? Right. So welcome back to those tuning in for the Environment Community Committee meeting. We move to item number 8 on our agenda. So item 8 is the incoming sponsorship of Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers events. So the council approve that incoming sponsorship agreement be established with QIC Grand Central to support operations of the floral parade to be held as part of the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers in 22. That council, and item 2 of that is, or part 2 of that recommendation, council approved that an incoming sponsorship agreement be established with Ergon Energy Retail to support operations of the Night Garden to be held as part of the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers 22. And 3 is the council approved that an incoming sponsorship agreement be established with Heritage Bank to support operations of the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers in 2022. Moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Summerfield. Does anyone wish to go into debate? Those in favour? It's carried. We go to item number 9, the strategic acquisition Kubi Dam. So the council authorised the CEO to negotiate for the acquisition of part of the property generally in accordance with and described in the confidential report titled Strategic Land Acquisition Kubi Dam, that the CEO be authorised to execute the necessary documentation, and finally that in the event that the negotiations are successful, the acquisition be funded from the appropriate reserves. Do I have a move for that? Councillor McMahon, seconded Councillor Carol Taylor. Anyone wish to go into debate? Those in favour? Those against? So it's carried. Item 10 is again the in confidential strategic land acquisition water supply for Pittsworth. So this one, councillors, is that council authorise the CEO to negotiate the acquisition of a vacant portion of the property as described in the confidential report titled Strategic Land Acquisition Water Supply Pittsworth, that the CEO be authorised to execute the necessary documentation, and 3, that the acquisition be funded from the development reserve should negotiations be successful. Do I have a mover? Councillor McMahon, seconded by Mayor Antonio. Anyone wish to go into debate? Put to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, and that concludes the Environment Community Committee for the month of April at 1:01.